Alright, hello and welcome to the final Ace Attorney story arc as we play through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, a two-part duology that was not originally released in North America when it came out on 3DS, but was finally translated officially with this remaster that we are playing on Nintendo Switch, because that's the copy I had. It is technically two games, but from what I understand, it's might as well just be one big game. I'm not really sure how this game treats it, if it's treated as like two separate games like the other collections we played, or if it actually is going to combine it together to like a 10-case marathon. The back of the box seems to imply that we're doing this all in one go, which is kind of interesting. So that means it must be really connected, and probably sucked for anyone who played these as they released. What do we have for options here? Anything cool and useful? This is actually the first of the collections that they released. So before the Phoenix Wright, the newest Phoenix Wright collection, and the other collections that we played. So I don't know how much of the quality of life from the other ones came from the other ones. I think, did we play on low or high? I think we played on something in between low and high that doesn't exist in this one. So there's a good example. Autoplay, we don't need autoplay. We don't need text skip. Subtitles are nice. I'm guessing we're getting full cutscenes again, kind of like the later 3D games. And then cheat mode. Definitely don't need that. There was some DLC I got, but there was like in the box when I opened it, there was a code, but I guess it's not like alternative soundtrack to use in the game like the Edgeworth games did. So I guess we'll just be playing this as normal, as God intended. But this is the one I know the least about. Okay, so we do get both games as separate games in here, but from what I understand, it may as well be one full game. So obviously we're going to start through this with Adventures, because that's the first one. So yeah, here we get our full cutscene.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Damn, dude. We just started and you already killed someone? What the hell, man? You gonna, like, wait it a little bit? Alright, so we already did the whole Phoenix kills someone except he doesn't thing with Apollo Justice. How are we gonna weasel our way out of this? Because that looked pretty cut and dry. Unless he's just holding a gun and someone else shot him while we holded a gun. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 5. 5 this time. We've got an upgrade from 3 or 2. I think usually most of them take place in courtroom number 2. You didn't realize I was streaming. I sent out the notification, didn't I? Yeah, I just started, a couple minutes ago, because I was like, I had to get the game set up. I had to install all the DLC and the updates and everything, you know, being a Switch game and all that. That I just cracked open of the box. I've been sitting in my drawer for like 5 years. Had to get everything set up, so I was a couple minutes late, but I did set out notifications. Hopefully they went through okay. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber, it's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh, we're going to the highest court now. Okay, he really is greater than Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright is on some dinky little civil court. Meanwhile, Renosuke over here is like going to the biggest court, fanciest palace of justice. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. It's a little judgmental. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. He is not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend, and also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. What's not that impressive? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I mean, there must be, considering his headband is constantly blowing indoors. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Raiden and Metal Gear. John Anime and Raiden Metal Gear. Did John MC say that bit of intro text out loud? Were they on a dinner date or something? It looked like they were. I wonder what he was doing with his professor, though. Maybe he got some bad marks and that's why he shot him. Or straight after that. That's when it happened. Oh, now who's here? Are those his parents? My parents? Oh, it's another professor. Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi! You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocate for the defense this trial was a sudden decision? There seems to maybe some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name before from Kazuma. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know... Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not gonna suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our repetitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. I think I know what's happening too here. Because I was gonna say, I recognize our friend, just from a different point of view. I've seen like 3 screenshots of this game. And one of them had Mr. Naruto friend over here, just, you know, on a certain side of the courtroom that's not ours. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Completely off context, these screenshots, by the way, so I have no idea what they meant, but I do recognize that guy. Oh, so we're in courtroom number 2 after all, okay. So this is a courtroom. It sure is indeed. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people seen in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Of course. It would not be... Oh wow, Judge is looking pretty different. Wouldn't be a trial without a pain, would it? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? That's the question. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I don't like where this is going, but I think we have to do it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate... He just did it without asking. No context or anything, he just did what he was told by this random professor that's not even, like, in any of his classes. This feels really fishy. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Whoa, man. I don't know if we're at that point in our relationship. No, it's not that. Really, it's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba should not have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's so stressed. Dude, Phoenix was way more relaxed on his first day in court than this. But then again, Phoenix's first day in court, he wasn't defending himself. He wasn't even the defendant. And he didn't renounce fucking Mia's help right off the start because someone told him to do it. This guy's like way in over his head. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Inosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find yourself forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press R for the court record. Alright. There's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Alright, so we got Kazuma Aosogi. How old was Edgeworth in the first game? He was only a couple years older than... No, I guess we would have had to have been the same age as Phoenix, right? But I think Phoenix was only 21. Okay, well that's gotta be the victim then. The victim of this case, he was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Edgeworth was 17 when he started. No, but when he started, but in Phoenix, right, in the first game, his first appearance. He would have been a little older than that, because he would have been the same age as Phoenix, right? Because they were in the same class together. And I think Phoenix was, what, 21 in the first game? Or 22? I think he was 3 years older than Maya, so he would have been 21. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Hell yeah, they spelled honor correctly. Ugh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh, Maya was 17. Yeah, okay, so then Phoenix would have been 20 then. Yeah, okay, yeah. Nick was 20. No, he would. I think, was he 21? I don't remember if he was like 3 or 4 years older than Maya. But you're right, Maya was 17, not 18. She was 18 the second game. But whatever age Phoenix was, Edgeworth would have had to have been the same age because they were in class together. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. A good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. Wait. Oh, that's a different sound. That's not a usual Phoenix Wright sound. It sounds a little higher pitched than the usual. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Post-mortem report. Not even an autopsy yet. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, very fancy and professional looking, this not autopsy report.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, because it's disrespectful to mangle a corpse. That makes sense. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Why is he facing away from his meal? Was that just to get like a better angle with the camera? I mean, it's not like they had, you know, handheld cameras back then. They would have had to set up like a whole tripod and then keep the body real still for like a good solid 10 minutes while the film is exposed to the light. That's why everyone looks like really sad and depressed in photos that old, because they had to sit very still and very carefully so they didn't move at all while the photograph was taken. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court of the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Okay, what's the chances of this first witness being some sort of ancestor to Frank Saw It This is it then. I think you may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asoki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. It's AA, that might be relevant. Oh, I mean, it probably could be. I'm sure it's going to come up somewhere. What I'm thinking is it's going to be presented in court as like, well, you look, he's facing the wrong way or some bullshit. And then they're just going to be like, well, we had to turn the body so we could take a picture of him. Table was in the way. It could easily just be something stupid like that as well. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. And if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. How the fuck is this headband doing that? Okay, that's definitely not a Frank side.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Was that blood? Did you just cough up blood? It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Yeah, I didn't ask if it bothered you. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
Health condition, I guess. Yeah, sure. Coughing up blood. Super normal health condition. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Man, this instance of pain is really full of himself. More so than 6 was. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur!
But
the next time you interrupted at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo.
don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around at the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? Well, that's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? Well, and that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We'll just wait and see. I don't want to get penalized before I even get a chance to try and present evidence here. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gone to Yume University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright. You scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to die alone. I don't believe it. Is he coughing because he's lying? Is that like his tell? Like every time he coughs, that means he lied? I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it were as that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Yes, very calm and collected indeed. Something surly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. Flip the card over, damn it! Don't just leave it like that! Don't make the same mistake as your great-great-grandson did. Dumbass wouldn't flip a fucking receipt. Solve the case in 5 minutes if he did that.
So the court has now heard a presses of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court.
Oh, he's not sworn in. That means he can lie all he wants.
But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Pause and check court record. Yeah, let's do it right now. Can we turn this receipt over? We can use a magnifying glass. The fuck? Well, is there gonna be like some pixel in place? It's a little faded in the corner. That's real suspicious. Oh, we can kind of see through the business card. Really make anything out though. Look, if it's all names on the other side, I couldn't help you for shit. I can kind of see a flower. That might be useful. We can't flip it though. That's unfortunate. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial's unusual. About these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Otoba said it, and so is the judge and prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Well, he said one witness. Oh. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Damn, can't flip yet. Clearly he was reluctant because the info. Oh, definitely. There's something on the other side there. Maybe it's his name or something that's like really suspicious or fucked up. He's probably like some hitman or something. Maybe he's like Shelly the Killer's ancestor. We're just starting out strong, going straight into like the assassin plotline. It's probably what's happening. This Judge Smash? Wait. Didn't you say that about the previous judge? Or was he too old for you? Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. Kind of reminds me of what was that guy from like I think it was Case 2 of Layton. Kind of reminds me of him. Myself, I find employers of prevail find articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Asute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kyoryo Kurikuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea in most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques and tries to sell its wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
The soldier's name, yes sir, no sir. Wait, really? Where's people? Is he in the court record yet? Yes sir, no. Oh my god, he is. Oh, these names are better than like all the Kurain names. They clearly had some practice with this one. Oh, his name's Curio. Oh my god. Fuck you. Good job. I like it already. Not sure what the pun is with this one. I mean, Satoru is like a pretty normal name. Also, Naga's not really a name, though. I'm guessing... I don't know what Pain's Japanese name was, but I'm assuming it's probably gonna be related to that. I can only imagine. I don't actually know what he's called in Japan.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by and ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was investigating a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio in the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Interesting.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Whoa, 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 you can't just bring a knife into a courtroom? I don't care if this is the 1800s.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Yeah, there was also the baby in his thing, like... Why is there's no babies in the courtroom, though? I thought it was all, like, supposed to be military, officers. No public in this one. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
You need to work on the whole pointing thing there, Ryunosuke, my man.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding.
Very well. Let the defendant conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Tsunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but which is the case of proving it? And the key to doing it is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves a witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Man, these animations are so good. Phoenix Wright 1 wishes it could have animations this good. Class is starting to earn a star, so I need to grab some Zeds. Okay. Well, have a good night, Jack. Sorry you couldn't stay for the whole trial. Wonder how long this one's gonna be. Sometimes the first trials are like super long, and sometimes they're like insanely short.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright, then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tenshun! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right. I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tenshun! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict. Atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops. Sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. That was an achievement.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A Koban boy?
A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin?
A day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Oi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket.
That's a strange combination of words there, man.
In the hope of an affluent, cognizant appearance of its indisputable value being present.
So, you were hoping to sell your Kaban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant.
Yes, it's quite clear when you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Kaban. Isn't that so?
Well...
You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespect to a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination!
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business.
So you were desperate. Got it.
The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I see.
Yes!
So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling, like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian.
But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Got him.
Ah. And double ah! My sixth sense.
Sorry?
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
Surely that's not really possible, is it?
Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I could sense danger in the air, son?
Well, it would seem this soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform,
That guy? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... I mean, he's even carrying a sword. If anyone was going to do some murdering in a black uniform, it's gonna be him, not me.
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me.
Wait, you want to add that last bit to your testimony? What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Send the evidence to court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Jeez. You're more violent than I am. Holy shit, dude.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please?
That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to?
A Kaban, of course. Exquisite era Kaban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he investigated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. Simply vanished. The Kaban vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
None other than that. It was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred.
Indeed, myself, I did not.
Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryusuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that, but the question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving a testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find that something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with X and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Pursue the evidence and peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Alright, where's that one about, whoops. Alright, some of my firearms charged. Observe the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, well we know that's not true because in the post-mortem report, it was from the front in the chest. Fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. We have the photograph as well. Shit. Which is more likely to be correct here? Do we focus on the fact it was from the front with the picture, or we focus on the fact it was in the chest, which implies the front, but it's more descriptive? I'm gonna go with the picture.
Yes!
This man really needs to work on his pointing.
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? That's some photographic print of my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. No, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what
are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iesanosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Your military-grade eyes suck. But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, well, What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
Last testimony in the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusions we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. You can clearly see the baby from the back. He ain't hiding shit. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Pointing maybe, but never shot it. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I had already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Oh yes, you were looking for your Kaban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prized away area Kaban. Hunting around under the table, I was in case may happen had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did. But I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded away treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Oh, he totally did it. The old man shot him in the chest to get his coin back.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime.
Both were valid to show for the last thing? Oh, I got so caught up in like reading the plot. Actually? Yo, that's like a fucking improvement. It only took 20 years. But you're telling me I could have presented either the photograph or the autopsy report, and both would have been correct. You know what's really interesting about that claim then? They never once mentioned the autopsy report because I picked the photograph, which means there would have been a completely different argument and follow-up if I presented the report instead of the photograph. That's impressive. You think those two are bystanders? Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's true. We do still have the women to deal with. You don't even know who she is. We have to figure out her name and stuff first before we can even think about getting a killer here. You're probably right. The mysterious woman that hasn't been revealed and we don't know a name of, definitely the killer. I mean, this is only case 1 after all.
The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as critical glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something, or someone, peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family is to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Aido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there were only the personnel present. And we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Did they say that back then? Before they had radios?
Yes!
How was that term used if you... I thought that was like a radio-specific term. When were they saying it in, like, 1893? Or wherever year this is supposed to be. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. Also, you know, achievement pops, those are actually just saying you did something towards the achievement. Oh. Those were milestone achievements. Okay. I thought I was actually getting those achievements. I don't recall if the other collections... Well, they must have, because they came later. You'd think they would have. I mean, obviously not the Steam ones, but I'm thinking of, like, the Edgeworth one, which I also played on Switch. I thought that one also had... I can't remember if that one had multi-part achievements like that, with pop-ups for each, you know, progression. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
What if there actually wasn't a woman and, like, Ryunosuke was just hopped up on some insane drugs? Like, someone just slipped him the craziest drug known to man in his coffee and made him hallucinate an entirely imaginary person.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can be plainly seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Really? Carbonated water? Really? Come on. Even in this complete new game, they're like, no, we can't have alcohol. And we know it's the 1800s. We know there wasn't even a minimum drinking age. Still can't have alcohol in this game. Grape juice and carbonated water for everyone. Oh, you check the name and they're only rewarded when you press present in both games. Ah, okay. So it's gonna be a while before we start getting some of these achievements then. We can take a look at the achievements. Hopefully they're not too spoilery. If they're safe to look at, I'll check them out after we play today. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. I don't know, man. If you're drinking coffee, who knows what was in it? That damn foreign drink. Should have stuck to tea, my man. That's the only real drink. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Alchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. In your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Girls can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. No multiple day trials. Really? That's weird. They'll take place over the course of one day? So what, every trial is like one investigation, one court case? That's it? That must be some really long court cases, I would imagine then, because otherwise that feels kind of short.
Yes!
That's not something I would have expected from this game. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire the gun.
We have difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Says who? You? You're supposed to take your word for it that you blinked?
So there you have it.
Have what?
Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurekuta-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the kaban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
When the investigation, when they court, but there can be intermissions for both sections. Okay. So some of them might just be really long then.
Yes.
Interesting. I mean, you gotta get those telegraphs out every afternoon, I guess. This was before the 3-day court system. They only had 1 day back in ye olden times. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection.
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there had been more people dining there at the time. Oh, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
I mean, he was English. He was probably taking an early tea.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
At the clinic?
Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
Really? Even in the 1800s? He's still here!
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Kunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Fuck yeah, you should.
Yes.
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the question are of no concern.
Objection.
Whether or not they have concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Medical report card from Harder Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurekuta-san.
Yes.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only one single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Who says the other person didn't eat? or did eat. Like, what if they were just sitting there? Did they have to have food? No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. What, you think there's some grand conspiracy? But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth?
What'd you say, cadet?
What? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's just not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
Oh, that's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Vyosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the right stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left stick, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. Okay, why couldn't the controls be that straightforward for literally every other game? This was the first collection. Are you telling me that they slowly made the controls worse over time? Or that they just somehow were too incompetent to translate those controls to mouse and keyboard? So partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Because even when I used both arrow keys and WASD, it did not work that way in the last collection. No idea how it worked in, I don't remember. I remember working better with the mouse in the first trilogy, in like the one case that had it. Not sure how investigations work because I played that on Switch as well. But it's like, what did they do to the controls? Alright, I'll see what I can do. I use right stick, left stick, and A to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Look how easy this is to turn. Oh my god. And you move this independently. They solved it the first time, and then they screwed it up every other time. Can't believe this. The first trilogy was first? Well, I don't remember the first trilogy having any problems, so they definitely made it worse over time. It's so stupid. This controls way better than the Apollo Justice trilogy. I also don't remember having trouble with investigations. So it really was just Apollo Justice, which came last. Or second last, having the stupidest controls. What are we looking at here? I don't know what kind of medical card this is. I wasn't born in like 1896. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of a molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so, just before the incident. He had a bad tooth removed. And perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Bunch of malarkey that stuff is. It'll never catch on. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effect has passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. So if that was at 12 o'clock, then he clearly couldn't wait 3 hours. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's best we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Wait. He wasn't the one eating. It was the woman who was eating. He was just sitting there, not eating. That wasn't his food. Was that all I could, like, look at with that thing? Where is it? No check marks, though. I did appreciate the check marks telling me when I clicked on something, unless this is new. Nah, it's the same as before, okay. I can't even skip it very fast. Oh, you can't skip text you've already seen. Ah! The controls may be great, but text skipping is not. It's just as bad as the first game. Autoplay, I doubt it's gonna help in this situation, because as far as I know, autoplay just means I don't have to mash. Whatever. Flip the business card? Can I flip the business card? Because it didn't look like that was something I could flip. Oh, we can now. Are you telling me every piece of evidence in this game is in 3D? And it's not limited to certain pieces like in past games? Because that's great. Oh, I guess it's written vertically. Give me a second here. I mean, this part of the control is still a little awkward, but I mean, there's only so much you can do about that. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Ah yes, that's what they call waiters in 19th century Japan. Clearly. Okay. Where is the statement? He was alone, he was dining all by himself. Alright, we can use the medical report as proof that he was not eating. Because if he was following his doctor's advice, then he should have been the one eating the food. No one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched a... Okay. Oops. No, I'm trying to press A to, like, make it so I can press left, but then I'm pressing A too late and it's going here. Is there really no, like, hold to speed up text thing? Vibrations, text skip. Enable disable skipping of unread text in the game. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that. No. I like that feature. Are we sure this one didn't come first? Because the original trilogy had the ability to skip through unread text by holding the button. I'm doing that now, but this is how fast it goes. Definitely not as fast as before. I can't even, like, mash the text through, unfortunately. Although, funnily enough, there's a history button here which wasn't in the original trilogy. It's weird, they, like, regressed some features, made other features better, and then some things just slowly got worse over time. Absolutely no consistency, sadly. Alright, being more careful here. I can press right. Okay, this has got to be it. So present. We're going to present this.
Yes!
There we go.
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. I don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kurekuta-san, this is a medical report belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see what of it, boy.
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil that...
He finally did it. He banged the desk. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could I possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what?
What's all written up in here? No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Kurekuta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
I love, like, the slow progression as he gets more and more confident.
Oh, what is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Well, can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! I was eating the steak! I don't want to say that. I'm very tempted to say this one. Where do you think this one would even go? I did inspect the back of the business card. Well, I didn't click on it, no. I did look at it. It said he wasn't a waiter. He was the chief prosecutor. Or not prosecutor, investigator. At the police department. Tell me I didn't say it. Investigate it. I mean, yeah, I didn't click on it. Maybe I need it. I'll click on it later if we need to. Nah, we'll just go with the third party. We all know it's that. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Attention!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you were deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Whoa, 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 we can't just be throwing that word around here. This is Phoenix Wright. That word doesn't exist. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. What do you mean tactical meeting? You planned all this? I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just today you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us.
Nice. Thanks for the insight. Really appreciated.
Oh.
What? What did you just say, Kuda-san?
Oh, no,
You were just following orders.
hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentleman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Attention!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Order, order! Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Inosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ayuchi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Well, it's gotta be that woman, right? Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. Wait, it was the fucking waiter. He did it. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it is proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god.
That's a lot of them.
I know nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Hmm?
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Oh, please don't be him. It's gotta be this guy. We all know he's the fucking chief of police or whatever.
Yes!
Alright, these puzzles are such a step up from the last, like, 3 games. That's sort of, like, implied reasoning that you have to, conclusion you have to come to because you looked at the new piece of evidence, the business card, found that the guy was part of the police, inferred it with the other text saying that it had to be one of 3 positions. They would have been way more direct with that in, like, 4, 5, or 6. This is, like, straight up classic. The fucking creator came back, made these games, and was like, nah, last 2 games, and I need to show him how to make proper Ace Attorney games again. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Rinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused.
Sorry?
A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie.
Oh, I have to... Oh, I had to click on it first. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought maybe it would just work, but no, we have to actually go and click on it, because I didn't do that. You're right, I didn't click on it on the other side. I'll take the blame for that one. I didn't hit the right flag. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. What's sort of the point? It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. I feel like that's a first, though. Me being able to be in that situation. Even for, like, the classic games. But maybe I just never, you know, bothered to not click on something. Alright. Try it again. Oh yeah, now even it updated and flipped over in here too.
A plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great attention of detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Really not helping yourself here, Jinosuke.
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched a plan on the restaurant of the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
Yeah, why would a waiter even have business cards in the first place? Come on. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard of mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? He returns! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yeah, unlike people in the 21st century, the people back then were a lot smarter, clearly, and they knew how to flip over paper to look at things from all angles. I bet you if fucking Ryunosuke saw his descendant during that trial, he would have been spinning in his grave.
Court will take this plan and to add it to court record as evidence.
Oh, well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be... I was working undercover. Unlike his future generations, this guy gets paid well. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. And yet you'd still tell these two to shut up.
Very well, too then, the Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to presume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Is she like the queen or something? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. It's not about what's right, it's about what's fair and convenient. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. I think the more surprising thing here is that they let an English woman into a university. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? Giselle... Sounds almost more French than English. Giselle Brett? Giselle Brett. Like Brit? But Brett? Giselle Brett? She's indeed a foreign student studying the research laboratory of Yumei University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I'll see the pun later? Okay. I'm looking forward to it. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give out a ruling at this point.
Attention!
But, Your Excellency, that would be missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
We will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Assuming he doesn't die on the street on the way while finding her, yeah. Nothing will get in my way. Is this game's Gumshoe? Or are we gonna get to meet the Gumshoe later?
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Sherlock is the Gumshoe? But I thought Sherlock, like, hung out with you pretty much the entire game. Gumshoe doesn't really hang out with you the whole game. He just appears when it's important. Like, sometimes you can go almost an entire trial without seeing Gumshoe. Except for, like, maybe the start and end of a case. The pun is relevant to the situation. Giselle Brett. Like, I keep thinking of, like, Jailbird, but that doesn't make any sense. That's too far removed. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. What is he going to university for then? I thought this was like a university full of like, I guess it's just a general purpose university. We don't know why he is, but he has the badge on his collar. He's wearing almost the exact same outfit, although I guess that could just be their school uniform. And every mention of this university so far has been something to do with the justice system, like forensic investigation, or he's in the law class. Probably just assuming here, but I was under the impression he was going to school to be a lawyer. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot come from. Well, the waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. That's thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Well, we'll get to see it next chapter. They will address Sherlock. That's true. We get that. That's going to be the start of the next one. I mean, clearly he's not in this one.
Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't have wasted everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stats. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence, and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Well, naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement at our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm quite sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt your pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. And best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly certain I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Now, coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. So is Kazuma like Armia? I'm pretty sure he's not, because I remember seeing, I've seen like 3 pictures of this game. And I'm pretty sure one of them was Kazuma facing the other direction. So I don't know how he gets in that situation. I'm guessing it has something to do with him going to Great Britain. But I think it's safe to say he is not going to be Armia for very long. He's more like our Edgeworth.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down at our nation's founders?
Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. If you align yourselves with this great world's power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert, just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh my god, look at that hat. Well, it's 1800s Britain. Of course she has a hat like that. You know the main prosecutor of this game? Oh boy, it's not him. I thought for sure it would be him. I'm glad I'm wrong though, because I like him being over here. If he stays with us for the whole game, it's great. Unless he's gonna die next case.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
He's looking like a real Frank Sott there for a little bit.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Wait, she has a job? I thought this was the 1800s. I'm guessing she doesn't speak a lick of Japanese. Translator! That or she's just so high class no one can understand her.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Oh, he knows English. Or British. You know, both are just as incomprehensible to each other. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett, She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Inosuke. Wait, then why was it all like gibberish for us? If Inosuke can understand English just fine, why did we need this exchange in the first place?
The court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, you at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
It's to show she's speaking for him, but like, I mean, they could have still shown that with like Payne's reaction. He clearly doesn't understand it, but they make a big deal about how like Inosuke and Kazuma can understand it. I wonder if this was like actually written in English in the original. Because like the average, player of this game probably wouldn't be able to understand English that well. Just use some like really fancy words or something and it may as well have been complete gibberish to most Japanese people. She said, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? If she's English, she thinks the Japanese is below her. Remember, English people in the 1800s, they think they're better than everyone else. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Alright, stop kissing up the witness here, Payne.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Maybe she stared into a mirror.
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime.
Yeah, because she committed it.
The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order, order in court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement.
Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
It does look cursive, but it's like complete gibberish cursive. It's about as legible as a doctor's signature. Like they're repeating the same letter over and over again. It's not meant to be read in the slightest.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
And Inosuke did pick up the gun just as it went off. So that means there must have been a second gun somewhere. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! Look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe!
You're still making the same mistakes, Inosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you'll need to learn. But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau.
Can we submit that statement to the court? I mean, I know what she just said in court now, but can we also have her statement?
It was decided Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
Right, it was decided because knowing that she killed the man would be a problem for the country. To get it.
Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I don't know, I can think of several spots where she could conceal one. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. I think we can see the gun right now.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Alright, I wasn't gonna say it, but you know what? He put it out there. Appreciate it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Inosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
Under the hat? Okay, well, that's not where I was thinking. But, yeah, I mean, that's a valid location. I was thinking, like, in the hat, under the dress, staring us right in the camera. Several places one could put a gun in there.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right?
Oh, she said it.
No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it was apparent a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Where you think the swan has like a fake belly to start second? I don't think it's like a fake belly. I'm thinking it's just like, I don't know, perched inside the flowers or something. Dude, that head is so big, you could just slip a gun somewhere on it, it's not gonna fall off, and no one's gonna see it. It doesn't need to be anywhere like crazy, like we gotta crack open the swan or something. It's probably just like tucked under its wing, in between the flowers, for all we know. She's gonna like freak out at some point during this thing, and that gun is gonna peek its way out of the hat. Mark my words.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Is Miss Brett actually aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Alright, hang on a second here. Okay. Alright. Looks about the same. Wait a second. No, it's not. Alright, we'll keep that in mind. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled out to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush this evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Alright, you know what, given the circumstances, I might actually believe it is carbonated water and not like a fill-in for wine. Because they specifically said he could only have water. So, and you know what, it was the 1800s. Soda was like this new invention. Carbonation was like a brand new thing. Probably was a very interesting drink back then. Probably liked this club soda. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
Yes!
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, Corey, what difference in the foes did you see? The steak, for one. The glasses, too. After they mentioned that there was supposed to be, when they said that they both had water, I mean, that's an obvious one. But the steak was, like, different. Like, look at it. Okay, so here's with the body. So you see how there's, like, 2 bites taken in the top left corner of the steak? Okay. Now look at this one. There's only 1 bite in the top left corner, taken out of the steak. We can't see the other half because the body's in the way. But it's pretty clear that the steak is in a different state between the two. Somebody ate the steak between the time of death and when the police came by to do their investigation. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I would pour the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Or it's not the same steak. Yeah, it could just be another steak. That'd be kind of weird, though. I don't know why that would be the case.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Yeah, where's your English, Ryonosuke? You were just bragging about it earlier. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. We'll have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And then the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Look at her fucking smile. She thinks she has control of this whole thing. These dumb little Japanese people think they're gonna outsmart her.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. The professor had a gun? Maybe the professor had a gun. He was English after all. He probably liked hunting as a hobby or something. He probably has like a full shotgun somewhere on his person. Although probably not something you usually carry into a restaurant, I would hope. Even in the 19th century.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady that...
That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. How do we know he's translating it properly? And he isn't still, like, trying to cover him for himself and follow orders.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Absolutely. I verified it personally.
You verified it?
Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
That's all you did? You just asked her?
Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No.
Why on earth not?
The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or,
there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, Prosecution demands that you support your assertion with the facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that, and of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Then the lady probably understood that the crime takes place, that has a little more precedence over, you know, whatever her presentation is. Which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Yeah, after she's had time to dispose of the weapon. Unlike certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, and at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, then the trial's over. Does tape exist at this time? That's a good question. When was tape invented? I know Scotch tape definitely didn't exist. But Scotch tape came after other types of tape, so early 20th century definitely had something tape-like. I don't know when tape was invented. Or anything that we would, like, in the modern world, conceive as tape, anyways. I don't know. I'm gonna say no, but that's a completely uneducated guess. Even with your thick skin, you must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. You know what did exist though? Glue. Glue definitely existed. Probably could just glue that gun to the hat. Then it's definitely not falling off. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright. Well, we have all we need here. Where's the statement? Professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. We have one single glass. Because there definitely wasn't two. Where is it? This one. Okay. Crime scene.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Nosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true... Well, there should be two glasses on the table, not one. Could she tape the gun to her leg like as went down that knife in the Emperor's New Groove? I mean, she definitely could if tape exists. Which it may or may not. She could have also glued it to her leg. That would be a little weirder. But... definitely a possibility.
Also, this is the 1800s. She probably could, like, fix the gun to the inside of her skirt, because it's probably, like, one of those hoop skirts with a big cage. So there's a good chance that you don't even need tape. You could probably just hook the gun onto that instead, if you need to.
You're quite right, Counselor. There's only one glass pitcher here.
Objection!
Why does Ryu look at the camera like that? Wait, does he? I mean, I see him like looking around nervously. When does he look at the camera? Okay, if it happens again, point it out. I'll see if I can see it too.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Like, he's looking around nervously because he's scared shitless being in court here.
Minutiae, you say?
Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there shouldn't have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you gonna try and tell me you can clink with only 1? Maybe they finally discovered the true sound of 1 glass clinking.
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses on to the table.
No, like he turned his head and was looking straight on at us. I totally missed that. Shit, I'm gonna have to try and look for that again.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that Miss Brett who took the glass from the... It was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she was saying.
And why would she need to hide herself, hmm?
Good gracious!
Sorry.
As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Yeah, please demonstrate how you hit a glass. That's very important knowledge here.
It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying.
Oh, so she had a purse. Well, that's news.
Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
Yeah, the glass doesn't. But that's not the part I'm worried about here.
The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing.
How dare he use facts and logic?
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Is it just me, or does Aochi's glasses look really modern compared to the setting?
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter of no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance there, it's... well, a handbag. Wait, the lady put her glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, don't try to keep up.
Present the bag, please. Yeah, does she have the bag on her? She probably conveniently forgot it at the university or something.
It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. Once he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be seriously suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Yeah, show us the handbag. Where is it? Cough it up.
Order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Auchi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Why is he constantly coughing up blood? Like, I get that it's like some, like, condition or something, but... There's gotta be an explanation for this.
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police.
No, not really anymore. After you already admitted to withholding witnesses and evidence and everything.
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because... it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary? In what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print.
Oh, she's got one of them, like, fancy see-through handbags. What, is it like a fucking chain? Holy shit. That looks like a really uncomfortable, heavy chain. The hell is that thing on his arm? The guy's got like a little skin flap or something.
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
The bag has a secret compartment. I want to still search the bag.
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Guy's fucking dead. Just suffered a concussion on the back of the defendant's bench.
Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
It looks like a brand? Wait, what? It looked like it was hanging off of him. Oh, I gotta wait for Evans to get Smith.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. Shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I want to see this.
I think you have had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
I want to see this. Where is it? What is... I don't know what that's supposed to be. Is that like a little string or something tying it to his wrist? Well, okay, maybe she used string to tie the gun to her leg. Tape may not have existed, but string definitely did. I don't know what the hell that is. I'd say it's a brand, but like... It almost looks like it's jabbed into his wrists, but that can't be right. I can't, like, click on it. I can just look at it closely with the magnifying glass, that's all. I mean, he's right about the bag. Doesn't look like there's any secret compartments in it either. Look at the stake in the other picture. Which one? The empty one? Oh, you think it's that? Oh, you could be right, but there's no... There's a hole... This one has a hole. Or maybe it's not a hole. Maybe I'm just... It's a weird pixel, but it kind of looks like there's a hole in the top of it. But you're right. It is probably that. That's weird. The fuck? Well, what's that supposed to mean? Guess we'll find out.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court records appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must take my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh, even Kazuma's starting to feel it. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weaker meet while those strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew out to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby
Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant shock fetching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned if I'm unsatisfied with the response here. The trial will be over with immediate effect.
Oh shit. They haven't used that animation since Layden.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court within the print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Okay, well now's gotta be the time we click on this, right? Like, I mean...
Yes!
I don't know what this is, but that's clearly something. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
It is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what the new pixel you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Wait, does that imply he was the one eating the steak? Because that... If that's a burn mark, he burned himself on, like, the little... Like, whatever cow picture on the pan. Then that means he was sitting in front of the steak. Eating it, when he wasn't supposed to be.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
I thought it was like... It was the emblem taken off of the pan, and then somehow strung around his wrist because it looked like a string attached, but now that it's zoomed in, it definitely isn't that. Damn these 19th century photographic technologies.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Uchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
There's a more important part than the brand itself? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. No, she's not going anywhere. I don't care what century this is. She ain't leaving court until this is over. She would like to know she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer.
I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? I mean, if I say no, we're kind of stuck here, right? I pointed it out and came this far. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that we might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you will allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was that the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Ricky. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate? Ah. Cincy, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Maybe she just like, while she was attacking him, just like shoved his hand onto the pan or something.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Uchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly a large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Well, as the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
90 degrees Celsius, yep. I mean, I couldn't confirm or deny that science, but you know, hot plate is hot. That's like near boiling. I'm sure a burn like that would be easy. Although why they're serving plates at 90 degrees Celsius to customers, I couldn't tell you. They probably just haven't learned their lesson yet. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not in that day or any before it, which means that the burn must have happened post-mortem. But why? That's right, And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
That would be beyond careless, I think, Ganso.
then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ochi? Is that the pose you're thinking of with him staring into the camera? Because he's not staring into the camera, he's like looking up to the side thinking. It didn't look like he was staring into the camera to me.
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it.
Urinosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. I'm not sure I fully understand the significance of this, because, like, okay, so he was branded by the hot plate post-mortem then? Because, I mean, if he didn't scream, but he clearly has a burn on his wrist, then someone must have shoved his wrist onto the plate after he was already dead. But what would be the significance of that? Why would you do that? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Well, that's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation.
Ganso, are you suggesting...
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already? Dead?
Are we implying that he was killed before 2 p.m.? But again, why would that be significant? That doesn't really, like, solve any conundrums that we've been trying to figure out here. Like, okay, so he died earlier than 2? Why was his hand branded in the first place? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. What does this have to do with the shooting? Which is apparently how he actually died. So, I mean, the gun is important here. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. I guess it makes it harder for it to be Ryunosuke who's at fault here. We're disproving the notion more definitively that Ryunosuke is innocent.
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous play by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. It since the gun didn't kill, meaning we didn't shoot. I mean, yeah, the gun that Ryunosuke picked up wasn't the gun that was shot at that time. It could very well be that gun that he picked up was the murder weapon, but I don't know where the bang would have come from then if it wasn't the second gun. But I mean, it clearly says here that he was shot. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. So unless we're about to get an updated autopsy report here, which, I mean, maybe that's possible.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events.
At the very least, I think this helps disprove the notion that Ryunosuke could have killed him. Like, beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency... justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking to an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Hell yeah, there's the English woman behavior I was expecting. It is the 19th century after all.
But as it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. And so I can now see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Inosuke. Yeah, I was making the jokes earlier because it would be, like, period accurate for someone like her to behave like that. I didn't actually think the game was going to do it.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when this poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tongues of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
That irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh?
Thanks.
Was that a prayer just then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Yeah, dental work and she knew about. Clearly she poisoned somehow through that. Ooh. I bet it was just through the drink. But then what about the gunshot? Wait, I want to know how the gunshot happened, because the only gun we know of is the one that he picked up, and it happened the moment he picked it up. I highly doubt it was like him slip the finger and pull the trigger and not realizing it. Even if that wasn't technically a kill and he just shot into a corpse. I think there's still got to be a second gun somewhere, right? Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with your cross-examination.
I mean, yeah, maybe she poisoned a drink or something. That's like oldest trick in the book. That'd be the first I've heard of it in this case.
Yes.
But his hand was on the steering hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Made him look.
What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Inosuke.
What did you say something then? Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes.
Well, I can't.
Anyway.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Wait, there's gonna be traces of the poison in the glass in the purse. I know where this is going.
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir.
Although,
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn
you.
I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
Yes.
You probably shot the body to make us take fall. Well, yeah, but like with what gun and when? Wait, where's the second gun then? If she did shoot the body to make it look like a gunshot killed him, where's the gun? And then also, well, I guess that's right, they don't tear the body apart, so they have no idea what's in the stomach at the time of death. Because that's, you know, uncouth to be tearing apart dead bodies. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. Oh, the burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrists on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, well, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Richard.
Second gun hidden in her hat, like you said earlier. Yeah, it's probably there, you're right. It's either hidden in her hat or like tied around her leg or like in her skirt or something. Or the other place.
Yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidences prove that this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Uchi is right.
Yes.
I don't think we have any evidence to prove that there was another way for him to die without leaving a trace.
If someone was shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation.
Except for the part where you don't, you know, perform surgery on the corpse. Because heaven forbid you do that. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Well, you kind of suck at it.
A killer blow. This lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ichi is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, so this game's like full 100% Layton. Well, it makes sense because he was involved with the development of the Layton crossover. Creator of the series was working on that game, which is why he wasn't able to work on Game 5.
Yes!
And I guess he just... Then he went to work on this game instead, and then was busy, so he couldn't work on Game 6 either. Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Yes, there it is again. Detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in his stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. And for this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around.
Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with D-pad and then focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
I'm pressing the button. Oh, takes a while.
Excuse me.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. I feel like that's not the only thing he's intimately involved with.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
Did he, like, swallow the evidence? Oh, don't tell me he licked the cup that was full of the poison in an attempt to test it for poison. A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Is that...
This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left on the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming. I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table.
Miss Brett, you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Wait, so it wasn't the bottle? Was he lying about his whole, like, noble goal to preserve evidence and make crime scene investigation better? He just stole evidence, or he's planting fake evidence here?
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Do we have, like, something new as a result? Some way a man's life can take without leaving a trace, please do show me. Okay, so we just supposed to, like, jump to the conclusion it's poison? I mean, that's the obvious thing here. Well, let's examine the bottle first and see what we get out of it. Label's written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes. Expensive, sparkling water all the way from France. Yep. Definitely water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Well then, go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. I like the other games telling you when you've clicked on something or not. This one does not seem to do that. I swear the first trilogy HD collection like put a check mark telling you that you clicked on something. So am I really just supposed to present the bottle after going through that little spiel?
Yes!
I guess so. You really are just meant to come to the conclusion that it could be poison yourself.
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. I mean, it's a pretty easy conclusion to come to. I'm just surprised that they expect so much of the player. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass?
Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person. There's only one... sorry, only person. Okay, good typo. There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence.
You little rookie imbecile! Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... It is you!
who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from?
She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady, but to what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Yeah, which is why he's fucking dying over here on the stand. Only way he can determine if there's poison in there is to find out for himself.
Of course.
You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And?
What did you find, Inspector? I odor test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison at any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What?
Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself.
Man, Inosuke's gonna like fucking die by the time this trial's over if he keeps doing that.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Yeah, but unfortunately we can't prove it was poison. It makes perfect sense, but yeah, you know, the glove doesn't fit.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Jinosuke. I have nothing more. And I'm guessing that glass in her purse is like long gone because, you know, even though they took a picture of it, they didn't think to preserve it. Maybe this guy did.
Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Wait. I didn't know I had an assistant. Mikotoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. We're still not done? I mean, I'm finishing this. It is tradition that the tutorial case is done in one part. But what do you mean we're still not done? Holy crap! Well, I mean, they missed their telegram appointment with Great Britain. Too late for that now. Great Britain is sending their army as they speak.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of your time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful.
It's getting a little crowded up here. Oh, wait, no. Kazuma's gone. Damn it! I kind of like him. I want him to be our Maya. Oh no, he's right there. Never mind. This place is just so crowded I can't even see him anymore. Can we really fit 3 people up here? Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something written in English.
It is Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Oh my god! I love this guy.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
Well, this is wonderful. Thank you. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during time at Yume University. Also, if you don't get the pun with Giselle yet, the gun shown in that image is the same name of gun as the pun is trying to do. Oh, is that like a real name for a gun? Okay, yeah, no, I would have never gotten that. I know jack shit about guns. Aside from, like, you know, whatever appears in the video game. I would never been able to name that gun. That's like a fucking super specific deep cut pun that they went for with that one. I think you have that backwards. The Japanese are also just as racist, and the English are definitely just as sexist. This is the 19th century. There were no rules.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Oh, but you know, no one drinks wine or alcohol because no. None of that. Everyone just drinks expensive French, sparkling water.
You've had enough, long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain your English guest any longer.
Let's take a look at this note. Can we do that? A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Maybe we don't use poison as an anesthetic? Perhaps? Seems like a bad idea. So they had to cause a burn wound, and then she what, just splashed the poison on it?
I asked the prosecution and the defense one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court?
I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It is a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely...
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady.
An open wound? Like, say, remove tooth? Oh, yeah, you're right. Could you just... Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, you put it in the cup, he drinks it, and then it goes through the tooth. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense than... But then, why the fucking, like, branding of the hand?
So, Counselor, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Oops.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yumei University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counselor?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist?
Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
Order! Order! Counselor, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by tribespeople of the South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! But to start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and breathing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counselor.
The moment the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor.
But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control the respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly karate poison.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counselor, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there are no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense! If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest work and then announce the results as if you discovered them.
Woo! Alright, it must be tea time, because the pot's really calling now.
I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Yeah, but he's Japanese, so it's fine. I mean, clearly that's what she's getting at here.
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know there are rules against committing crimes with foreign objects. What's so funny?
Excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see. Why not?
Is she just gonna chug it? Oh, she's gonna prove that it doesn't have any poison in it. I see. This, definitely flat, sparkling water.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and those foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Plot twist, it actually was poison. She just dies on the stand. Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Unless she has no open wounds in her mouth. This ain't proving shit.
Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You look quite stunned.
So, no kurare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank
thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given far more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation next party I attend in London. There has to be poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. The culprit did put curare and poison Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. Has to be.
Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
Oh, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here. I mean, I was spoiled by chat, so I guess I kind of jumped conclusions. This is why I need to be more careful reading chat during these this game. Where is it? This one.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That is not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Which section was that? Thank you for letting me check because I don't know. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh? Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. It lays the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this.
The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... It's alive? Rapscallion! You're genuinely shocked the open wound from the dentist was valid here? It sounded like you already knew, though. That was an actual guess? I thought you knew. I was like, damn, I should have read this. Well, shit. Okay, well, good guess then. My bad. Well, Inosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Or you're generally shocked the open wound isn't valid. Well, okay, no, it's not valid because we have to explain why first. I think it makes sense why. I misread your comment. So you did know. But no, it makes sense not be valid here because we haven't gotten to that part yet. We have to explain how the poison works first before we can say how it worked on him. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in the book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems like its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Well, that's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No?
You haven't seen these games? Where are you getting this information from? You like reading a guide or something? Well, I'm playing through them.
Order in the court. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected the same way.
Or do you like actually guess the tooth thing? I mean, I guess in hindsight, it wasn't that hard to figure out once you read the whole poison thing. I just didn't see it right away. You saw it faster than I did. I was disappointed that I didn't solve it first. I'm mad at myself for not seeing it. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
All I know is the chapter pictures and the structure based on the walkthrough parts I saw. I haven't clicked any parts beyond where we are. Ah, okay. Well, maybe we don't start talking about walkthroughs if I'm not willing to look up a walkthrough myself, perhaps. You know, why don't we both go into this blind and see where that takes us? Is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. So intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
He did it! He finally did it! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counselor, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide clean evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curry?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of karate are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Walk through just so I can see where the story breaks are, seeing how long each day is. Okay. Well, I appreciate knowing that at least, so thank you for that, Duck. But yeah, I wanna try my hand at the puzzles myself, and it makes it hard to read chat sometimes. But I mean, it's tricky because like I appreciate the participation, but then it's like I also want to read chat, and I'm scared I'm gonna like read something I don't want to read if I'm not ready for like a hint or something. So it's a tricky balance for sure. There's not really any fault to be had, but because I definitely appreciate knowing when the breaks are at the very least, because it helps me space out the streams and like if it's worth going further or not when it's already like 12:15 a.m. like this. But obviously at this point we're definitely finishing off. I think it's clear that we're almost at the end this time. Surely there's no part 4. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
Wow, she just destroyed evidence right in court like that. Come on, no one's gonna like believe you after that. Like, we all saw that. Everyone in court witnessed that. You are not talking your way out of this one. No proof though. I mean, okay, to be fair, it's not like we were going to prove the poison existed. We have no tests for it. We've established that Japan has no tests for curare. So we were, no matter what, we were going off of like assumptions. But destroying evidence, I mean, if anything, that just makes her look more guilty. Doesn't matter what it is.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water for that broken bottle as possible. At once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. Did she take a carpet in her with her? I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully.
Or was it like part of the courtroom that was a gift from the Empire? I like to think that she just brought a carpet with her because she couldn't even conceive the notion of standing on these horrendous Far Eastern floors that are definitely below her stature. And she had to bring a carpet all the way from the Great Britain to for her to stand on because it was the only floor she was willing to walk on. That was worth her weight.
You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was a poison in the bottle, or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact.
Yeah, the gun, right?
Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. And so, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front was a little schoolboy.
Objection!
Now we're back to the second gun. Which is definitely... You know what? Maybe she didn't do it. Maybe the bird did it. We now know the bird is alive. The bird could have done it. Can we interrogate the bird? No, you killed the victim that day, using kurare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man.
Wait, but like, he was... In the photo, he was still sitting in front of the steak. So did she move the steak too to make it look like he was eating it?
A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Alright, it's time now. Avert your eyes, everyone. We gotta get the witness to strip. Or don't avert your eyes, I guess, if you're weird.
Exactly.
And as you can have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. But now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. It's a swan, it can't speak? What? Okay, has that ever stopped us before from interrogating an animal? I don't think it has. May I remind you that his own very own descendant interrogated a whale in court. They don't need to speak. Doesn't matter what it is. If the bird did it, then it's only fair that the bird gets to testify in court to try and defend itself. And we can prove that the bird was responsible for the crime. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. I don't think that's how clues work. That's not evidence. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember how every last detail about the scene that day, everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Wait, is color really a gimmick? Because all the pictures are black and white, they didn't have color photos yet, so... This is the gimmick of the game. Remembering the photo as in color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
Well, I mean, that blood sure as hell wasn't there before. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. I think you back over everything I saw. I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Inosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence.
So, please explain to me how we're going to prove that there was blood in that photo because that we just can't see it because it's the same color as the table because it's in black and white.
Alright, I can't wait.
I can't wait to see how this is going to play out.
It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is...
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Yes? What is it?
He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle bean smash. Way to bring me the steak in this photograph. You think he still has the steak? Wait, what if he does? What if he just, like, pukes in the middle of court and is like, yes, the steak. He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle bean smash. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Absolutely.
I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
Well, I saw this scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett?
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered, Seem?
Hold it!
Well, that's why I asked the detective if he had the plate.
This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Inspector, you mean...
Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now!
Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court.
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure.
That's looking very unbloody. Except the obviously undercooked steak.
No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. Wait, you took 2 steaks. Show us the other steak. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. He said he took 2 steaks. I want to see the second one. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, that is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Report does say the bullet didn't pass through. Yeah, the bullet didn't pass through the body. So that's why they were saying earlier that the plate had to be between the shooter and the victim, because the blood would have had to squirt out the front to land on the plate properly.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion to this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. I want to see the other steak before we come to any conclusions. I have a feeling something got swapped here. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found?
Okay. Alright, hang on here. So, I'm thinking we're going to prove that this is the steak from the other table because of the way that it's been bitten into. The marks here don't match up with what was in the photograph of him remembering that there was blood on it and whatever, right? But let's see what he has to say about it. Oh, we're gonna flip the steak. Okay, well I didn't expect that. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Kaban coin. And the homework is from the Hoi area, I believe. Oh, my bad. Didn't turn the camera correctly. Sorry about that. The game didn't want to do it for me. I was very confused about this too. I thought he was gonna like comment on like, why is the beef red? These people eating their steaks raw. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Kaban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Kaban. I've heard pearls of before swine, but I've never heard of Bodian in Bodian. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Oh yeah, look at that big old coin down there. Is this just gonna be the same thing? I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hui Arab, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A bond coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. That's how we prove that this is not her steak.
Got it!
Wait, did I take the sergeant's plate? He took both plates. He said he took both of the plates. So this proves that it's not her plate because the coin was underneath, because it was probably the sergeant who took the coin. Good gracious, that's... Come on. What on earth? Oh, hey, Eric, good one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Are we going to accuse her of being a thief now? And she's going to have to deny it and then by doing so prove that this isn't her steak? By saying so herself? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chief in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Huege Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency.
Yes, Counsel?
A rare Huege Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
It's just devolving into a series of yelling.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Kaban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Now, he never actually sold it to the guy. So, I think by all accounts, it's probably still his.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kuryo Korekuta-san.
Kiri, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Says a person named after a gun.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with his Kaban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Huege Kaban, my prized coin.
Then this Huege Kaban... Do you mean to tell me...
Objection!
No, please, why would Korekuta-san's Kaban be sandwiched in between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
How is this still going? This is incredible. Can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Kaban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Why would he take both plates, the other's tables, and tie them? Well, yeah, it is. I mean, it was at the crime scene. I think it'd be weirder if he didn't take both plates, honestly.
What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a chase. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Kurikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification.
Yes, as it. The very exact one it is. There is splendid splendiferous I treasured that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing.
No one's gonna speak up over this?
Excuse me, could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga.
I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Le Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau.
Wicked crimes indeed.
We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Kaban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there's been a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurikuta-san's Kaban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who was this despicable scoundrel that stole Kurikuta-san's Kaban and hid it under the steak?
Take that!
I mean, who else could it be? Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesenosa. That's not even like a Japanese name. Those letters don't exist in that order in Japanese.
What? How? How dare you, you monster!
Unless this man isn't supposed to be Japanese, but I mean his son definitely is. Monster.
I stole that Kaban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all this.
Wow. Throwing your baby's son under the bus. Okay, dude.
So either A, this man is in Japanese, or Yesa is not his real name. It's only possible conclusions here. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Also, I don't Nosa, though, is a very good pun. I didn't even think of that until now, but that's great. Oh my god! Holy shit! Dude, he just got suplexed by a baby.
Nippon Imperial Armor, Sergeant Yesa Nosa, prepared to stand down in Supreme Court, sir.
Now he has like a fucking Wario mustache.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target was that day was the old man in his caban?
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
How long were you expecting to be gone to come bring it back? Because, like, they would have found it when it got brought to the kitchen. No one's buying this.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd pattern in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite certain there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the caban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well...
And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
And we're just letting the killer get away with it like that, eh?
And good day.
Nosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
I need a bigger witness desk. Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What a new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, what's beyond nonsense? It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Wait, are we getting at that she also picked up a steak and bit into it without using a knife and fork? I mean, there's a possibility. Those knife and fork look pretty clean, and if he did it, then she must have done it too, because the two steaks look like they were eaten in the same way.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
Okay, I mean, it's the picture of the steak. Obviously, is it the one with the fork? Well, no, her knife and fork have been used. But is that the steak that we just looked at? Yeah, because it's clean, right? There's no blood there. So he did use a knife and fork.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
A steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed.
Yes.
Go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. This is proof that the steak was swapped before the photo was taken. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, well, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? And perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungrier.
Yeah, maybe knife and fork is like a newer concept in Japan, but there's no way she was going to be eating that with her hands.
Whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This'll be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place, eh?
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
Yes. Now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You would know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such a conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. And if he doesn't, well then he's a big fat hypocrite.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it?
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? But that's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that had the detective submit as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that this sergeant switched the two steaks over?
Hey, I didn't say it.
You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hit the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I regained my marching orders. So when a cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It's do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah. That's correct.
Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
Well, as we saw with the previous cold slab of tough meat, it certainly seemed to show a lot. Perhaps I could be 2 for 2.
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this at this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked you to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate that you were eating from, Miss Brett.
That does not prolong this any further. Inspector, we will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
Yes, sir. I thought it was gonna cut away to a to be continued.
Sorry for keeping you.
Ah, that's more like it.
Here is the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
Look at how much more refined that cut is. Bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you.
Outdone by a Japanese, me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no.
Oh, you do not want to fuck with a goose or a swan, whatever that is. When those things get pissed off, it's time to fucking run. Yeah, where is the gun? You're right. That's a good point. Where did the gun go? We still haven't found the gun. Please tell me we find the gun. There's no way after all this they're gonna leave that thread unchecked.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time for you to you told the court what happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using karate. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had the dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in that morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because karate is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Only need to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. I'd leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he would fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the ball of karate in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
It was under there! I knew it!
Under your skirt?
Probably just has like a holster or something there. So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor? Oh, I can think of a better word to use there. Maybe your Japanese isn't so great, woman, but that's definitely not the word I would use. I don't think murdering someone and saying you had a little oopsie is gonna cut it here.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
Whoa, hey, hang on here. You don't get to do that. I know what's gonna happen here.
I shall call on you.
Well, you're agreeing to this? Oh my god. What happened to, like, being uncorrupt and neutral in the eyes of the law?
Thank you. A good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
She thinks she can give him a little handy and get away scot-free with murder. I don't think that's gonna cut it. I sure hope that's not gonna cut it.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Taketsuchi Aichi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to it, to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
This insult to the Aichi family name will never be forgotten.
What, is he like curse his family? For like the next 150 years? You have become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A thousand millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to Naruhodo clan. So this was like a huge family feud for centuries. That's what the origin of Phoenix versus Pain was.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned at the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is our modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi.
Yes?
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. Very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Wait, when did this case take place? Was it May or March? It must have been March, right? I think it was March. Usually these games start in March. Alright, it checks out. That's fine. They can use Sakura petals.
The court is now adjourned.
They would be in season. Yo, it's in a game of... Oh no, it's November. Okay, hang on here. Objection. Where the fuck did they get those flowers from then? Out of season flowers. I don't know if those flowers are real. Those are probably fakes. Doesn't make any sense at all. If it's 22nd November, those flowers would not be in blooming. They were like 8 months too late for that. You know, it's a game of all about contradictions and solving them. It's kind of a weird contradiction we making here. Culturally it does. Doesn't matter culturally. It's a hypocrisy is what it is. Contradicting itself. Can't believe it. Using out of season flowers. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Okay, so now he's gonna go off to England and he's gonna die, and then we're gonna go to England and try and spend the next 4 cases trying to solve what his mission was in England, and or maybe also finish his mission for him. That's the plot here. There's no way this guy is staying alive.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, a trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
The kind words should really be for my father. It was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you. Well, after all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. Does this guy also work for the police? Because it looks like he has the same symbol that the inspector's business card had. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. And presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. And besides... It's your turn now, Soki. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me. What's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Is that why she committed murder here? Because she knew that she would get a pardon? I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. Wow. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Oh yeah, didn't Britain control Shanghai? Or something like that during this time period? That's why she was going there. Because that's basically part of the British Empire. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnaval. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! But Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes. Thank you. You wouldn't want to hang out with these stinky, silly men anyways, right? So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, don't be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? But what do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon that is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in all them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, It's a favor, really. There's something very important to me.
Sounds serious. What is...
Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget.
Ah, yes, that too. So, my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. Are we sure that guy's not Gumshoe? Because he certainly acts like it. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
Dude, he's fucking dead.
If Susato is Maya, then Kazuma is definitely Mia. Oh my god. That was like, I was not expecting that to be so long. Holy fuck. Is this how all the trials are gonna be? That was just the court part in what was supposed to be the tutorial trial. And that was already like almost 6 hours of 5.5 hours long. Something tells me the rest of these cases are going to be insane. And I can't even imagine what like the game's finale at case 5 is going to be like if that's how this is. Holy crap. Chapter 2's only investigation? Oh, interesting. Okay. That's a new one. Don't think we've ever had an investigation-only chapter. We've had plenty of courtroom-only chapters, but never an investigation-only chapter. Curious to see how that's going to go. I want to see how investigation's going to be, because I feel like this is already off to a good start. The puzzles in this first case were great, and I like how they made you do some like silly things, but they kind of they nudged you in the right direction for them. Unlike previous games where it's like you're just supposed to kind of know to just make a wild guess. But this one's like, yeah, you're going to make a wild guess. Here's all the clues to figure it out. And you still had to come to the conclusion of like the whole poison thing, you know, something like that. It felt great. It felt like a better structured puzzle that's like reminiscent of the first trilogy's puzzles. And I mean, if we're gonna get like, we already had 2 pieces of evidence that's like, no, you gotta like look at this stuff. Every evidence in this case that made sense to like be able to manipulate and examine was possible to examine. Way more so than the last 3 games combined. So we're already off to a great start with that. I'm curious to see what the actual investigations are going to be like. Obviously, fingerprinting shouldn't exist. We're not going to be getting that. I do hope that we get some sort of like interactive equivalent, but I'm not really sure what that could be, because this is like the 1890s, so half the things that we had in previous games shouldn't exist. So I don't know what kind of like investigative stuff we'll get, but I guess we'll find out. Hopefully we'll get some good interactivity though, because 6 was kind of lacking. It was better than 5, still kind of lacking. But yeah, we'll see how the investigation goes here. The animation is a huge step up. The cinematography is also a step up. We've got like, you know, there's more. The scenes are bigger. They use them to a better extent than the last couple of games. It seems like we're using the same mechanic as the crossover game with the witnesses.
I don't know if there's going to be. I'm wondering if like they might expand on that somehow. Not sure how they could exactly, but we'll see how that goes. But it sounds like it's going to be similar to the system in the Layton crossover, which is fine. That was an okay system. I like the intermingling. We had like so many characters come and go during that case. So I kind of like the intermingling between them all. So I'm hopefully we get to see more of that. I like that in Layton too. I think that was one of the advantages of this style of cross-examination where multiple people were on the stand at the same time. So I'm curious to see how they evolve that mechanic now that they've had time to develop it further. I'm guessing we're probably going to be getting that in both games. But no, this one looks really promising. I'm seeing why people like this one a lot, especially if all 10 cases are like one big long story. That's going to be insane, having a 10-case story like that. Hopefully it pays off. We'll see. Because I like it when the cases are all connected and there's like an actual plot to it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing more of this. It'd be interesting to see what an investigation-only case is like. Maybe that's why they call them episodes. Actually, I guess they always call them episodes. I'm the one that's been calling them cases, so never mind. But we'll get that started that next week. Not sure if we're going to do the whole case in one go next time, because I wasn't expecting this one to be very long. We'll probably go back to like the two-part system, like we usually do, if it's meant to be an investigation as long as like a normal episode is with both the trial and the investigation attached. So we'll probably go back to the two-part system next week. But no, I don't regret doing this whole case in one go tonight. Can we do shoe printing? Maybe? I don't know. Did they do shoe printing, foot printing in the 1890s? Not sure. That's a possibility. But blood testing? Absolutely not. That's not happening. Fingerprinting, I don't think was introduced yet for another couple of decades. I don't think that was until like the 1910s actually. So we're just a little shy of that. They could fudge it if they wanted to. I think it's close enough that if they really wanted to introduce fingerprinting, they could. I mean, with all this talk of like Great Britain's supposed to be more advanced than Japan in this game, they might use that as an excuse to like fudge the timeline just a little bit for the sake of gameplay. So I could definitely see fingerprinting coming back because it's about close enough. It was a pretty early 20th century invention. I think actually, technically speaking, it was something that was like thought of in the 1800s, but didn't really come into use until like the early 1900s, from what I remember reading. So if they wanted to, I think fingerprinting actually could, if they wanted to do that, go that direction. So yeah, fingerprinting and footprinting. It'd be cool to see the footprinting again. I like that in Apollo. That was like a one-time thing that we just never did again, and I almost like that more than fingerprinting. But I like the system we had for fingerprinting in Spirit of Justice, heavily underutilized, but still really good. The only frustrating part was the stupid controls, and I'm blaming the trilogy for that. I'm not blaming the game for that. This one already has better examination controls, so I'm sure it'll already be like 10 times better. So maybe we'll see that. Unless I think because next one's investigation only, it could be a one-stream thing. Oh, you think it's that short? Are we sure it's not going to be as long as this one? Because, I mean, if it's as long as this one, then no, it's going to be 2 streams. This was me not being prepared. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how long it is. I appreciate that you are keeping tabs on that sort of thing. But I'm going to be careful reading chat in the future because I don't want puzzles spoiled. Even if it doesn't really spoil the story, I like the puzzle aspect of this. So don't mind me if I don't read chat too frequently, so that I don't get spoiled on things, so I can actually try puzzles. But yeah, I do appreciate that someone's keeping tabs on the length because it's nice to be able to know when I can split stream. Knowing when like a chapter ends, that's not a spoiler to me. It's like, that's fine. So keep doing that. Keep that up. That's good. In the meantime, that'll be it for today. I'll be back Thursday with some more Mario. We'll play some Minecraft on Friday. And we got the finale of Metroid next week. And then we'll start case number 2. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. And I think we're also supposed to get our introduction to good old Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Sherlock Sholmes. I refuse to call him that. I'll probably use both interchangeably. So get used to it, because I think it's stupid that copyright was like literally months away. If all they did, if they waited just a couple more months, they could have used the name and we would have been fine. But they were too impatient. They released the game like 2 months too early. It was literally that close. And it would have gone to public domain. They would have been fine. That's all they had to do. If I was playing this on PC, I would have been looking up a mod that changes that one particular name. But we're playing this on Switch, so can't really do that. So that'll be next week. Looking forward to it. In the meantime, though, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.